Ты еще не знаешь даже как. Я что, я говорил, нарабатывать надо. Вот только не надо говорить, что ты вот он понимает он тебя. Ну да. Ну если с 3 лет еще может быть, хотя тоже там по-разному, да. Нет, пожалуйста, так нет. Ну да, наоборот, ну да, наверное, нет, просто никто не знает этого. Что это не составляет труда. Да. У меня, да, Женя Губаева, да. Накормили в детстве, может, меня или перекормили. Астматик, да. Может, зачекать надо? Давай зачекаем действительно. Хорошо. Да, наоборот. Что же я хотел-то? Я просто что-то чекать. А, вот это. Нет, наоборот. Манго. дот. криво как-то все, мимо кости, не в кости. Я очень молода, не рваю, не рваю, понимаете. Народом так уж делали, наверное, надо к этой песне. Звук. Все обманывали меня. Нет, да, ну, это, преимущество истины в том, что у нас все для всех одинаковые всегда, понимаешь, да, да, вот это надо понимать тебя. То есть как бы тут ты можешь себя только обмануть, понимаешь, да. А я как бы на своей стороне здоровья, оно не может быть, смотри, действительность она, вот видишь, как интересно оказывается, видишь, сколько всего. Это всего лишь выводы из того, что вот она как бы едет, понимаешь, еще даже думай, ну ладно, все понял я вас. Ладно, твоей уже говорила. Ну ладно. Там и все, и любовь, и слезы, и сердце, там все вообще, да, понимаешь? Не понимаешь, то, что ради чего-то же, то для чего вообще, да, понимаешь, да, ну, конечно, да. А вдруг при чем? Вдруг при чем, да, да, понимаешь? Нет, ну ладно. Ладно, все. Вроде как все мирятся просто, да? Да. Ладно, да, не важно, да, недостаточно мириться. Но женщина, она как бы, вот она в первую очередь будет, не мириться будет в первую очередь женщина, я не знаю почему, короткий путь может, да. Не знаю, наоборот, не знаешь как, вообще, да. Ладно, да, все. Грузия, осторожно, трусы нет. Это плохо, да? Обогащение, то есть дело обогащения, это плохо, да? Я понял просто, наоборот, я понял, да. Протянутая нога. Нет, протянутая нога. Ты же почему-то. Ну ладно, я понял. Протиба. Протиба. Да, это есть он сам. Нет, это же не игра просто. Мучение какое-то, наоборот. Это же не игра, это просто работа. экспертов меня берут в суд. То там, то здесь. Ну тебя. Я. Ям, ям, ям. Мяр, мяр, мяр. Мяр, 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 мяр. Кусает, рояет, кусает, я думаю, кусается, Что здесь? Сейчас слышно громче баса стало, мне кажется, уже. Частично, что это. Только это, вот здесь. Ну да, конечно. Эй! Избавь. Выйдешь штучку. Выйдешь штучку, да? Это вообще что такое? Это вообще что-то это открывало, иди нахер. только не надо говорить. Да. Ouch. вообще какая-то такая стрём лапс, она уже стрём просто. Понял, тебе не нужен. Я понял про себя просто как. Понятно. Ну да, это момент. Простите за задержательность разговорного характера, да. это что такое? Дебил, блин. Обновление вышло, слушай. Наверное, кретин вообще полный. Что такое? Я не тупой, вижу, что это просто... Как эта штука называется? Наоборот. Нет, он работает просто. Да наоборот. Да, сбой себе, наоборот. здравствуй, говно программа, которая не открывалась. Я ничего не понимаю, что делать. Да, люди. Вот. Нет. сек. Ой, сек. В маяте. В маяте. 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 Опять что ли буду наоборот? Нет. Уменьшайте, да. Надо супер чай. Круглые. Да. Кушать всякие вещи. Так. Вот нет. Видео запретят. Ну ладно.
everybody. My next guest is a professor of physics and mathematics at Columbia University and the co-founder of the World Science Festival. Please welcome Professor Brian Greene. Brian, thanks so much for being here. Thank you. How do you like the Science Mobile?
Oh man, was that the inaugural run of
That's
it?
the first time we've ever used a Science Mobile.
Thank you, what an honor.
You can rent that for conventions. Tell your science friends.
I will let them all
It's
know.
available.
Yes.
All right. Well, you are here not only because you're a fascinating guy to talk to. Thank you for being at my last show, the old gig.
Oh, I loved it. Thank you.
But also, this is the 100th anniversary this month of Einstein presenting his general theory of relativity. All right. I know it's famous. Okay. Why is it epoch-making? Why did it change everything?
So we did not understand how the force of gravity worked before Einstein gave us this general theory.
Did Newton teach us that gravity comes from apples?
That's what you would think. That's what you would think. But actually what Newton gave us is a formula that tells us the strength of gravity, but he never told us how gravity actually exerts its pull.
Did he not care?
He cared. In fact, in his own writing, he said that it was a critical question that needed to be addressed, but he said, I will leave it to the consideration of the reader. He couldn't figure it out. Yeah.
So then Einstein read that and said, I got this one. I got this one.
That's right. That's right.
Stand back, Isaac.
Exactly.
Albie's here.
Yeah.
All right. So when does special relativity come out?
1905.
So 1905. That's
Yes.
his, what did you call, annus mirabilis.
Yeah, he had 5 fantastic papers, but special relativity is among the most famous, where he redefined our understanding of space and time.
Okay, what is that? The E equals mc squared?
E equals mc squared was an afterthought of the special theory of relativity.
Really?
Yes, yes.
It's like, oh yeah, by the way, E equals mc squared.
That's right.
Yeah.
In June of 1905, he publishes special relativity. In September, he has a little extra idea, which is E equals mc squared.
Wow, man. Okay, so this is 10 years later.
Yes.
And has he got any hits in between those two?
He published an enormous number of papers. But his real focus, the passion of his life's work, was to figure out gravity.
And how did it come to him that how this works?
Well,
I don't even know how to form the question.
No, he was deeply puzzled. How does the sun keep the Earth in orbit, right? What is gravity? And he's thinking about this, and one day in 1907, he's in the patent office in Bern, Switzerland. That's where he had a job. That's right. And he had what he called the happiest thought of his life. Wow. And the thought...
Is that something that we can say on
We
CBS?
can definitely talk about it. I don't know about your happiest thought, but...
Is that something that we can say on
We
CBS?
can definitely talk about it. I don't know about your happiest thought, but his we could talk about, right? So... So he imagines a man falling from the roof of a house.
Happy! Yay!
And he realizes that that man would not feel his own weight. He would feel weightless.
He's in free fall.
He's in free fall. He's on a scale, right? The scale's reading would drop to 0 because he's no longer pushing on the scale. He's falling with it.
I understand there's an experiment to demonstrate that.
Yeah, little demonstrations. Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man,
Do I have to do anything?
No, it's very simple, right? So all we have here is a bottle of water that has holes in it, right? So of course the water is spraying out of the holes because gravity is pulling on the water, right? But if Einstein is right, if I drop this bottle, the water will no longer feel gravity, so the water should stop spraying out. So let's see it. 3, 2, 1.
Whoa. Wow. Come on now, okay. Now, did Einstein Did Einstein have any theories about who's going to clean that up right now? Okay, so he saw that, he thought of that, and then general relativity.
8 years in the mind of Albert Einstein.
So he thinks about it for 8 years.
8 more
What's
years.
next?
Yeah, so then he realizes that there's a link between gravity and motion.
Okay, let's
And using that link, he comes up with this idea for how gravity works. So this is meant to be the fabric of space. Okay? Now he says
it's black.
it's black, right? Exactly. Okay. So he says if there's no matter, no energy, then space is flat, right? Which would mean that if you roll something, say a planet is moving through space, it goes on a straight line. Okay? But now let's bring in the sun, right? This is the sun right here. And he says in the general theory of relativity that the sun, merely by virtue of being in space, warps the fabric of space, actually, and time. Okay, and that's vital.
It makes like a well.
A well, in a sense, because now if we take the Earth, right, and we set it in motion, it now goes into orbit because the fabric of space is nudging it around. And that, according to Einstein, is how gravity works, right? So if we get these guys moving, all of these planets, objects, well, you think you just threw something off the edge of the universe. Right? So this, according to Einstein, is how the force of gravity actually works. We can put some, let's say, asteroids in there, and let these guys go in motion. Go crazy, go crazy.
Do I go in the same direction, or?
Oh, it's up to you, man. Go nuts, right? There. Oh, right off the edge of the universe again.
I think I'm trying the fabric of space-time.
And then we have some of these guys over here.
Wow. Oh, and those planets are on fire?
There they are.
I got one more question for you. Everybody always says, this is a beautiful demonstration. Everyone always says to guys like you, can you dumb it down to the level of like a 5-year-old? I would like you to not dumb it down. I would like you to say it to me as if I were my age, 51, but had an advanced degree in physics and high mathematics. Give it to me in less than 30 seconds, but let me just lean into my ignorance of what you're saying to me.
So Albert Einstein says that space-time is a 4-dimensional Hausdorff differential manifold on which a metric tensor is imposed that solves the Einstein field equations, and that metric tensor gives rise to geodesics, and objects that are not experiencing any other force will move along the geodesics described by that metric.
That's the right there. Brian Green, everybody, thank you so much. Happy birthday, General Relativity. We'll be right back.
Cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet, with pay-as-you-go pricing. Instead of buying, owning, and maintaining physical data centers and servers, you can access technology services such as computing power, storage, and databases on an as-needed basis from a cloud provider like Amazon Web Services. Organizations of every type, size, and industry are using the cloud for a wide variety of use cases, such as data backup, disaster recovery, email, virtual desktops, software development and testing, big data analytics, and customer-facing web applications. For example, healthcare companies are using the cloud to develop more personalized treatments for patients. Financial services companies are using the cloud to power real-time fraud detection and prevention. And video game makers are using the cloud to deliver online games to millions of players around the world. With cloud computing, your business can become more agile, reduce costs, instantly scale, and deploy globally in minutes. Cloud computing gives you instant access to a broad range of technologies, so you can innovate faster and build nearly anything you can imagine. From infrastructure services such as compute, storage, and databases, to Internet of Things, machine learning, data analytics, and much more. You can deploy technology services in a matter of minutes and get from idea to implementation several orders of magnitude faster than before. This gives you the freedom to experiment with services and much more. You can deploy technology services in a matter of minutes and get from idea to implementation several orders of magnitude faster than before. This gives you the freedom to experiment and test new ideas to differentiate customer experiences and transform your business, such as adding machine learning and intelligence to your applications in order to personalize experiences for your customers and improve their engagement. You don't need to make large upfront investments in hardware and overpay for capacity you don't use. Instead, you can trade capital expense for variable expense and only pay for IT as you consume it. With cloud computing, you access resources from the cloud in real time as they're needed. You can scale these resources up and down to grow or shrink capacity instantly as your business needs change. Cloud computing also makes it easy to expand to new regions and deploy globally in minutes. For example, Amazon Web Services has infrastructure all over the world, so you're able to deploy your application in multiple physical locations in just a few clicks. Putting applications in closer proximity to end users reduces latency and improves their experience. No matter your location, size, or industry, the cloud frees you from managing infrastructure and data centers, so you can focus on what matters most to your business.
Hello Indie fans! If you can't wait to dive into some of the upcoming Metroidvania games that I covered a couple of weeks ago,
Минут прошло. Не надо кофе допить, чай говорить надо было. Чай говорить, что... А, ну да. Значит, надо играть просто все, я вот знаю, это есть там что. Сейчас согласен с вами. Что вы не согласен был? Спорить не можете. Что-то еще будет. Я же должен подставить что-то. Расход. А, вы знаете, делаете сегодня. Где это? Что такое? Что? чё, блин?
Женщина. Женщину. Вы женщина, нет?
Я не могу работать нормально. Сейчас я сладко убью, видишь? 8:09, я сейчас 8:40, 50.
Не говори, воль.
А, и вот эту штуку я тоже забыл, блин, я забыл, да, зачем все это включил. Ну, зато поел. Опять как свинья уже не поел. Кому да, мама, я поел, как ты меня хрюшите. Ну, не знаю, наверное, мужская тема это, да? Ну, это я сам уже придумал, вообще просто, походу, ты понял уже, да? Ну, как бы, мужик это как бы не про здоровье, понимаешь, мы можем убить друг друга, да? И вообще, это не то, что убить, а просто с собой как бы, как квази пожертвовать, как бы, да, типа того. В науку куда-нибудь или еще куда-нибудь, да. Ну да, типа того. Чем-то жить, так сказать, да. Ну да, ну, ладно, ты понимаешь, я в этом, да. Ну, то есть, как бы и заболеть от этого, да, то есть, это не есть правильно, значит, ты плохо делаешь, если ты от этого болеешь, значит, делай лучше, качественно, по-эльфийски делай, значит, эльфийскому, значит, тебе не хватает, да, а от этого зависит, вот, да, специальность твоя, да, понимаешь, ну, понял ты меня, короче, да. Ну, нет, по-любому так, понимаете, в тяжелой музыке там у них, наверное, или перепонки болеют, или еще что-нибудь, либо там с головой проблемы у них, что у них может происходить с тяжелой музыкой. Не, ну вот так вот, помноженное на годы, и как бы, то есть как бы какая-то неадекватчина, наверное, там, что-нибудь атрофируется, и, понимаешь, да. Понимаешь, это как бы, ну, надо делать лучше, качество, то есть ты там за что? Вот, да, ну, значит, философию развивай, да. То есть это недостаточно, да, конечно, ты же мужик, блин. Он тебя не понимаешь, что ли, этого? Но он тебя понял, да. Наоборот, нет. Ну, да, да. Ну, я имею в виду музыкантов. Ну да, смотри сам, короче. Да. А артисты. Ну не, ну по-любому, ну стой на месте тогда, да. То есть, ну или убивай себя, как бы, да, я понимаю, там тебя. Ну, я понял тебя просто. Откуда это все взялось? Что хорошего в этом, понимаешь? Я понял уже. Обязательно, ну как бы, как ты, да. Теперь что хорошего, на что надо, да. Будет такой момент, когда ты поймешь, что это. Да, я понял. Да. Мы все когда-то ребенками бываем, понимаешь? Да. Они такие маленькие, ничего не понимают, орут и титьки просят. Не знаю, мужики что ли? В принципе, наверное, без разницы, пока ты не понял, где. А может и нет, я не знаю. Сложно сейчас. Сейчас, ладно. Потому что не понимаете. Я так думаю. Ну нет, ладно, все.
Looking for a free project management solution that's actually free? With ClickUp, here's just a taste of what you can get for free. Use Docs to collaborate more efficiently. Track your team's time. And visualize your work effortlessly.
Hello winning fans, now that 2020 is done and dusted, I can confidently say that without a doubt, it has been the year of the rogue light. Well, it was something else entirely, but that's not as fun, so I do declare it otherwise. Steam alone saw the release of 360 titles tagged with roguelite, so I have narrowed that down to just 52, one for each week of the year, so plenty to check out and let's get cracking. Korean publisher New Wiz is one to watch in the indie space, with Metal Unit being of interest. Set in a world devastated by monsters and aliens, don a powerful M-Unit suit and hunt these creatures down while seeking revenge on your treasonous sister. I do like the pixel art here, although to some, it may have committed a cardinal sin to have pixels of different sizes, but the action feels great with powerful abilities at your disposal. There's also meta progression elements in converting all equipped items into research points used to unlock new items and skills, all contributing to a compelling gameplay loop. It was meant to launch in 1.0 in December, but got pushed to 2021, although no date has been confirmed as of recording. An impressive-looking roguelite strategy title is Autumn the Desolation, where you and a party of adventurers explore the wasteland searching for a cure for a life-threatening mutation. The art style does stand out as well, looking a little bit Darkest Dungeon inspired, but the hex grid based tactical combat is a highlight where you can use the environment to your advantage. Early access is progressing smoothly, and it is up to version 0.87, so perhaps a 1.0 launch will be sometime this year. Just covered a door in my video on upcoming monster taming games, where this action roguelike title allows you to summon and fight alongside your creatures and feels great to play, although there appears to be quite some runway before it hits full release. Don't want to spend too much time on this, so do check it out via the video linked above. The first of many roguelite deck builders on the list is New Verse, a subgenre that has exploded in popularity due to the success of Slay the Spire.
Нет, наоборот, 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 наоборот.
This features 3 playable characters with different outfits, but certainly falls on the Slay the Spire side of things in terms of core gameplay mechanics, relying on energy and shields, for example. However, it does have an interesting mix of sci-fi and fantasy elements, some would say inconsistently mixed together, but there are several tweaks to the mechanics that makes it not just a simple clone. Korean developers strike again with Skull the Hero Slayer, an awesome-looking pixel art roguelike platformer that is simply fantastic. It reverses gaming tropes on their head, where the Demon King has been captured by the Imperial Army and a lowly skeleton warrior must do what it can to save the king. The gimmick here is that our hero can gain a variety of new abilities depending on which skull is equipped, with some great combat and boss designs as well. Similarly, they plan to launch in December, but that got pushed to January, coming out in just a couple of weeks, so it's as good a time as any to jump in, since the price is expected to go up when it does. I've already mentioned World of Horror in my list of the best pixel art horror games, so it's no surprise that it will show up here, being a turn-based RPG with one of the most wicked art styles out there. One-bit pixel art is very difficult to get right, yet this developer does it wonderfully with his share of horrific Junji Ito levels of creepy designs, making it a must-play for horror fans.
Сотрудники для тех, кто развивает бизнес. Для тех, кому важна скорость найма. Для тех, кто ценит простоту и прозрачность подбора. Для тех, кому нужно больше рабочих рук. для тех, кто строит будущее.
Another neat-looking deck-building roguelite is Iris and the Giant, but don't run away just yet, it does do something unique and different. While there is deck-building combat, this has a little bit more of a puzzle game feel to it, since enemies are color-coded and you can combo to destroy a whole bunch of them at once. Impressive progression system with an emotional story and theme makes this of interest. The no-brainer title has to be Curse of the Dead Gods, an action roguelite that looks impressive, where you delve into an ancient temple to seek riches, divine power, and eternal life. Of course, there are a whole bunch of nasties and traps in the way, but for how great this feels to play, this certainly makes the cut.
Наоборот.
It also has been getting steady updates and is headed towards a 1.0 release sometime in 2021, so certainly pick this up. The next roguelite deck builder of interest is a Japanese-made Dimension Ring, another Slay the Spire-like title, but with an interesting two-protagonist setup. Controlling both characters, they need to work together to defeat the enemies, having to combo their attacks in an efficient manner in order to get the job done. You can gain extra moves through the break system, rolling one attack into another, with combat simply just being so flashy and so satisfying. The main characters have different subclasses and meta progression, so it does keep you playing, with it getting steady updates, although I don't know when early access will be complete.
Блин.
Another impressive title in early access is Legend of Keepers: Career of a Dungeon Master, a roguelike RPG where you play as the bad guys. I love it when games allow you to play as the traditional enemies fighting against human heroes, with different dungeon masters specializing in different aspects, from monsters, magic, and traps. Think reverse Darkest Dungeon and you get some idea, with lovely pixel art as well. It's currently on update 0.9.2, so it's getting close to 1.0, so it's another title to look out for this year.
Наоборот.
One Step from Eden did make my Game of the Year list, since it's basically roguelike Mega Man Battle Network, a long dormant RPG series which is unique in its own way, so it does warm my heart to see an indie developer bring back this series in spirit. The objective is to battle through enemies and bosses to get to Eden, juggling, attacking, casting spells and dodging enemy attacks all at the same time. The pace of the action being very fast indeed. The bosses can be recruited as playable characters, so there's plenty of variety, but in roguelite fashion, this is one of the most challenging entries of the year, so if you do give this a try, you might want to allocate some time for this.
Хотите узнать, как стать финансовым советником и зарабатывать под 500 тысяч рублей в месяц? Если нет, то пропускайте это.
I'm a sucker for pixel art, so For the Warp gets a mention, being another Slay the Spire style deck building roguelike.
Пробить надо
When I
просто.
last checked in, the way that the cards were drawn was an interesting change, having no discard pile, and where the whole hand is reshuffled back into your deck. So that did have some interesting strategic implications. Same steady updates, so I'll be waiting for the final product.
Может, 10 минут.
I have to give a shout out to Singapore-made Guardian Quest, since this roguelite RPG is not to be missed. It mixes grid-based positional combat with deck building, where every character has their own deck, and it starts off with a pretty standard protect the village from the undead type of quest. As a fan of both Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon, the combination here is quite clever, with a nice variety in characters as well. In between battles, there are your typical RPG elements in play, like a shopkeeper, blacksmith and such for upgrades, but perhaps it's not so much of a run-based title as some of the rest, unless your entire party gets wiped. However, they did recently add a realm mode, which is more like your typical roguelike run-based structure, so it's a title of interest for sure. I love roguelite deck builders, so Knock on the Coffin did get my attention. Once again, nailing the theme, exciting, not elusive. It's more RPG focused, since you do only control a single character, with a variety of equipment and builds, including the usage of 2 shields, so of course I'm in. Since release, there have been weekly updates and patches, although the most recent post in December did indicate that some members of the team have left, so development will be slow going, but this is not an abandoned project.
One by one, life vanishes from this world.
If you're a fan of Darkest Dungeon like me, Errata's The Lord of the Dead will be of interest, since it's very similar, having turn-based positional combat, but rather than recruiting packless mercenaries, you're instead building and reanimating undead monsters from the remains of your enemies.
All for my future kingdom.
There's a substantial customization, crafting and upgrade system for your units, your home base, and even for the titular Necromancer himself, but as someone who is eagerly anticipating Darkest Dungeon 2, this game did pull me over and is one of the best in the genre.
Starting out with any new project management software usually feels something like this. Where do you even start? Well,
I do believe that we'll be seeing an increasing number of roguelike, Souls-like titles, combining two fan-favorite genres, with Arborea being one of the first examples here, as a 3D action RPG with an interesting bio-organic look, having you delve into an ever-changing land in pursuit of the secrets of your tribe. It has been getting steady updates in early access, with updates like Queen's Fall, Reptiles, and most recently, Tainted Throne, all adding new content in the form of bosses, weapons, biomes, and so on, so momentum is looking good, and certainly check this out.
Ладно. Ладно. Ладно, сейчас. Шерник.
Пожалуйста, я уже. Ты, пожалуйста. Твой час я сейчас. Йоу, там есть что-нибудь, есть. Здорово. Шницель. Смотрит наоборот. Наоборот, ну нет, кто-то там очень был расстроен. Хорошая рассказка. сейчас подрос чуть. все, да, это не молодец. Мешает. Мешает. Что это? Что мешает? Деньги нет. Не хватает то ли силы, то ли ума не хватает, то ли того и другого. И то и другое, оно как бы, ну, делается как ты всегда думаешь, понимаешь, все равно делать не хочется. Ну, и так, я понимаю. Немножко стираю. Потому что это фейк, все надо выиграть, все надо выиграть. Нет, не внизу, у тебя он не нужно, ты сам тебя понял. Денег ты нету, тебе не выиграешь ничего. Я понял, да. Компания, что теперь завернул уже просто здорово, про себя и говорил. Понятно, надо играть, что ли? Издевалка. Еще надо кошелек. Ну, что ты делаешь? Ну, я так придумал, вроде пока работает, да. Что-то от этого есть. Кто здесь? Нет, нет. Ну и теперь что это делать? Ну да. У меня нет тупо времени на это. Если бы композитор, ты мог бы быть такой вот, ну как бы тоже вряд ли. Да. Ну давайте, откуда я тебе столько мангов таких всяких измушек. Бесперебойные. Наверное, там тоже какой-то момент есть криза. Организм же это тоже как система, как ГУБАЕВ он проглотил, понимаешь, и да, понимаешь. Да. Да, да. Ничего, нормально. Так тебя с детства тренируют с рождения, у тебя там что-то, да, понимаешь. Как бы вытренироваться, не знаю, я смотри сам, короче, по самочувствию. Я думаю, что это. Да. Да. Не знаю, он тебя понял, да. Смотри, ну да, ну это как бы не так, что. Я лично понимаю, что вот именно так, да. То есть жертва, да, понял. Ну да. Да. Ну видишь, как бы, да. Нет, даже если ты так думаешь, все равно мне надо делать будет с улучшением с каким-то, понимаешь? Более физически, что ли, это ты уже говорил, да. Ну да, чтобы не мучить ни себя, ни других, в какой-то момент тебе надоест, наверное. Да. Ну понимаешь. Или, да, или тупо, по смыслу это вот так получается, наоборот. Ну ладно, ну понимаешь ты скажешь, что уже невозможно, надо по-настоящему, надо быть какой-то либо добрый, либо что-нибудь такое, да, либо религиозный какой-нибудь, еще что-нибудь. Да, чтобы хорошо было, да, да. То есть эти миндали, ну ладно, что. Ну разве, ну не прав я, что ли? Нет, что ли, так не думаешь? То есть, короче, я к тому, что КПД, да, понимаешь, да. Не всегда так, ну, раньше лучше, ну, как бы, смотри сам. Да. Ну, вот это заметить, ну, да. Ну, ладно, хорошо, в принципе, да. Может быть, у меня опыта такого нет, да. Да. Вот нет, да, я понял. Ну, нет, а как ты тут будешь? Ты будешь женщину подавлять и насиловать, и бить, тоже нехорошо, ведь, нет. Да. Или что еще понимает, да. Или уважать ее, наоборот, ты будешь уважать ее, да, права ее, да, и так, что неизвестно, что лучше даже, да, скажи, да. Кстати, ну нам, понимаете, не знаем мы этого. Ну ладно. Не, у меня свое мужское достоинство, мне его жалко. Даже если жену придется уважать, надо будет найти кое-что. Да, понимает. Да, ну да. Ну ладно. Нет, это другое. Смотря что вы имеете в виду. Да. Латентная. Вот, наверное, вот для мужика латентник это не самое лучшее, а для женщины это нормально, да? Так, это, в принципе, да. Это имеете в виду уже другое совсем, да. Хорошо, я знаю. Я знаю, нет. Я вообще, да. Кто здесь? Кто здесь?
Fury Unleashed is a roguelite platformer with a nice mix of ranged and melee weapons sets. Interestingly, in the context of a comic book, we are collecting ink for the meta progression system.
Нет, это он сразу. Что такое? Что такое?
There is a focus on speed and action here, with a built-in combo system that rewards efficiently dispatching enemies, which is fun to do since the game feels quick to play. I guess the one knock against it is that it's a little generic in terms of art and setting, so it doesn't really stand out, but the core gameplay itself is pretty fun and recommended from me. Monster Train got pretty high up on the Game of the Year list for 2020, so it will be no surprise that it makes an appearance here. It's a Slay the Spire-like deck builder, but with multiple lanes, so much variety in factions, heroes and units, an Ascension-like difficulty system, and always more new free content due to this developer being excellent, and has become one of my favorite indie games of all time, which I'm grateful for from 2020. As a pixel art fan, I cannot say no to I, Dracula Genesis, a little bit of a strange title, but as a prospect in the action roguelike space. Play as a genetically modified hunter in a post-apocalyptic world where, strangely enough, the big bad in all of this is Lord Dracula. Fight through monsters, demons, aliens, and robots with a nice amount of weapon variety, a mix and match weapon upgrade system, interesting item pickups, and a ton of action. It has had 10 patches since launch in May 2020, so it's always good to see an early access game that is in active development, and I'm keeping an eye on this myself. One of these standout titles of the year is Gunfire Reborn, a roguelite first-person shooter from a company in Hong Kong, featuring unique heroes and abilities, the expected randomized weapons, and quite the challenge. I've seen people describe this as roguelite Borderlands, and while it isn't quite that, to see a standout FPS in this space is pretty neat. Still in early access, but has been getting steady updates, with it having crossed 1 million sales in December. This should turn out pretty well, with the 1.0 release planned for autumn 2021.
Где я?
An underrated roguelike title that would have made the Hidden Gems list is Rhythm Fighter, but I did want to save it for this video. It's a side-scrolling brawler with rhythm elements, so think Crypt of the Necrodancer, but with less directions and more like one-finger death punch, and you get the idea. The action roguelike farming sim Atomic Crocs also made it out of early access in May this year, perhaps a little bit stifled by its EGS exclusivity, but making its way to Steam in September. While it has farming as a theme, with the crop growing aspect being the most
Видишь, я бы сейчас уже был на
this is
вокзале.
really more of a bullet hell action roguelike, and I'm impressed with the look. Since launch, the developers have put out the spring update as well as the invasive species most recently, so I'm happy to see the continued support for this game.
Дорогая очень.
Alright, so while Grifflands is technically not a 2020 early access release, it did come to Steam, which has resulted in it getting quite a fan base, so it does have to be mentioned. It's yet another deck-building RPG set in a unique sci-fi world where cards come into play both in conversations as well as actual combat. Each character has their own unique campaigns, with the third character being added in November and putting out the Flourish and Metal update in December, so things seem to be progressing along nicely, and I cannot wait for this to be done.
Что это такое вообще?
Another underrated title is Colt Canyon, where you adventure through the Wild West in search for your kidnapped partner. While I do think that the art style has worked against it, I do think that it's beautiful, giving it a unique look unlike any other last year. The readability of this game may have been a little bit compromised as a result, but nonetheless, if you do love action roguelites, this is one to get. Curious Expedition from 2016 is another popular entrant in the space, with a sequel releasing in early access in June. It's an adventure RPG title taking place in the pseudo 19th century, where there are all sorts of fantastical creatures and adventures to be had. There's a choose-your-own adventure style element with procedural storytelling, turn-based combat, and some impressive art, reminding me of Tintin for some reason. I do hold the belief that exploration in games is the most important part, and this takes that to me, so it's a no-brainer entry for sure. I think that Australian developer One Up Plus Entertainment is a husband and wife team, with Dungeon Talk being a great entry in this space. It combines deck building with tactics combat, making you draw and place units on the grid, and then moving these to attack your enemies, and it gets on the board since it's unique. I do love the arts as well, with there being free post-launch content, and I do love it when developers do this, so please support them if you can. Neon Abyss has been a standout title in 2020 that didn't quite jive with me, but I cannot really explain why. On paper, it's a roguelite platformer with unlimited item synergies, using a cool neon cyberpunk aesthetic, and even has familiars, so it should have totally been my jam. Perhaps it was how the dungeons were structured, with the key, grenade, and chest item upgrade system, or even that you could get bad eggs that did not hatch into any familiar, but I was pretty bummed that it did not stick. However, people do seem to love it, so maybe I'm missing something, but I'll give it some space and try again at another time.
Come in, come in. I'm looking
for an intrepid fool, to retrieve a few artifacts.
Speaking of dungeon crawling roguelites, Meteor 4 Kermit's Tale is another interesting entry since I love the art style, very adventure time-like, and has a card-based combat system that's great. As you attack enemies or take items from the board, new ones will drop from above, with the option to scrap an item for gold, which factors into the long-term strategy. It's not super flashy in terms of animation, but I think that it's well done, so another title to check out for sure.
The Gubaev. Our green glowing world is dying.
Now I have a very close eye on Banners of Ruin since it might just shape up to be one of the best, although it might take a while, but do listen on. This is basically Slay the Spire but framed using warring animal houses, Game of Thrones style, where you're infiltrating a city in hopes of taking out their leader. It does have positional elements from Darkest Dungeon with a front and back row, with each individual character having their own.
Где я? Что я? Где здесь? Что происходит? Наоборот, путаешь себя все.
In 1986, Nintendo released Metroid on the NES. It was nothing like the company's other games. It wasn't cute and colourful and full of chirpy music. It was dark and atmospheric. Bounty hunter Samus Aran felt truly lost and alone as she explored an endless sprawl of dank alien corridors. And it was fascinating, but it was flawed. It was way too easy to get lost, the world all looked the same, and many secrets were hidden behind brick walls. It was the start of something cool, but it needed refinement. The sequel, 1991's Metroid 2 Return of Samus on the Game Boy, didn't really help matters. It was still dark and scary, and it had a surprisingly impactful ending for such a formative game, but the monochrome screen made it even harder to find your way around, despite the fact that the game is much more linear than the first one. We'd have to wait a few more years for the real deal, and then we got it. In 1994, Nintendo released Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo. Finally, the idea behind Metroid was given the proper execution. The game once again dropped Samus onto the planet Zebes, but this time you could actually get around without drawing a map, bombing every wall, or buying an issue of Nintendo Power. The structure of the game is much the same. Just like Metroid 1, this game is about making a mental note of obstacles, then finding items, and then backtracking to those obstacles to either find goodies or the next bit of the game. But this time, things are different. The world is much bigger. The power-ups are more interesting. The bosses are more varied, and the designers take a much more active role in getting you through ZS, just with far more subtlety than Metroid 1's overbearing remake, Zero Mission. How did they do it? Well, really, the only way to properly describe how the game does this is to take you through it, step by step, which is exactly what I'm going to do in this video. Let's touch down on planet Zebes once again and start the second episode of Boss Keys, Season 2. Just like Metroid 1, this game wordlessly explains its setup in the first few screens. In the very first corridor of Zebes, we walk past a bunch of doors that we can't get through, pink doors that bounce away our bullets, and tiny gaps we can't squeeze through. Eventually, we'll find the entrance to Old Brinstar, which is actually the final and starting areas of Metroid 1. And here we'll grab the Morph Ball and missiles. With nowhere to go, we can only go back to where we came from. But now, these areas are teeming with space pirates, letting us know that this is actually the right way to go. So in the first few screens, Super Metroid says, this world will branch out at every point, but pink doors that bounce away our bullets, and tiny gaps we can't squeeze through. Eventually, we'll find the entrance to Old Brinstar, which is actually the final and starting areas of Metroid 1. And here we'll grab the Morph Ball and missiles. With nowhere to go, we can only go back to where we came from. But now, these areas are teeming with space pirates, letting us know that this is actually the right way to go. So in the first few screens, Super Metroid says, this world will branch out at every point, but many of those routes will be inaccessible until you have more powers. And oftentimes, the path forward will actually be behind you. So we use those missiles to grab the bombs and, whoa, a good reminder that you can't rely on expectations in this game. Now with the Torizo dead, it's time to use these bombs to explore further. And if you don't know where to use them, you'll soon learn about the virtues of the map. Oh yeah, Super Metroid finally adds a map screen to the franchise, and map terminals. You'll find map terminals in the game's 5 major locations: Crateria, Brinstar, Norfair, Meridia, and the wrecked ship, which reveal some of the rooms around you on the map. Handy when it shows you rooms that are hidden away behind brick walls. That makes finding map rooms almost as useful as finding a new power-up, and is one example of how Super Metroid is way more player-friendly than the obtuse Metroid 1, but without being quite so aggressively hand-holding as Zero Mission. The newly updated map screen shows a room over to the left, giving you the hint to use your bombs and keep going. Here we'll find the last point of interest in Crateria. At the far end of an ominous tunnel is a great golden statue depicting 4 bizarre monsters, one of which we faced in the game's prologue. I'm sure we'll be coming back to that later. For now though, let's hop onto the elevator and make our way down to Upper Brinstar. So, let's take a break to map out the structure of Super Metroid at this early point. And to do this, we can use a dependency chart, which is something I came up with during the first season of Boss Keys. On this chart, diamonds represent upgrades that Samus can use, and squares represent the obstacles that she can overcome with those upgrades. For this
What is your problem? With this your pirage? What is your pirage? Это тот самый, ребенок боится кролики, боится кролики. Ребенок. Не знал, что. Нормально.
So, let's take a break to map out the structure of Super Metroid at this early point. And to do this, we can use a dependency chart, which is something I came up with during the first season of Box Keys. On this chart, diamonds represent upgrades that Samus can use, and squares represent the obstacles that she can overcome with those upgrades. For this chart, I'm also using triangles to represent non-essential pickups like missile tanks and the map room. Not every single pickup, mind you, just the ones that can be found with simple exploration or are found behind obvious locked doors and obstacles. So these upgrades, locks and pickups cascade down from this horizontal line, which represents all the places we can visit right now. And the locks go below the upgrades. I've also put on some locks we can see but can't overcome, like some high up areas in criteria that will need the space jump, and a green door which requires super missiles. I'm going to use dotted lines until we can actually reach this stuff. So here's what the graph looks like at the moment. So far, pretty simple. Let's move on. When we get into Brinstar, we'll find a lot of dead ends. A room that we're too slow to travel through, some weird symbols on the ceiling, a yellow door which won't budge, a green one, much the same, and blocks that don't blow up when bombed, but instead show us an icon of some power-up that we'll need to attain if we want to break through. There's lots to explore here, but it's all dead ends. A stark message that we're not strong enough yet, and a reminder that we'll have to come back here later. We can do two things, however. We can fight the first mini-boss in the game, Spore Spawn, and get the super missile. And we can get the charge beam. That's hidden down here. Well, I say hidden. The game has two very obviously different blocks and the slight hint of a ceiling. Throughout Super Metroid, hidden areas like this are pretty well telegraphed, with plenty of hints. There's hardly any random bombing like in Metroid 1. The charge beam is also one of many items in Super Metroid that are completely optional. Extra weapons like the charge beam, spazer and plasma beam, handy upgrades like the spring ball, and the very useful X-ray beam, which makes it even easier to spot hidden walls, are not needed to finish the game at all. Their existence is great though, as they can be found at any time, making the game less linear, and they feel like genuine secrets that other players might completely miss. Let's update our graph again. So we've got lots of dead ends, and only a few things we can actually do. For now, Super Metroid is staying quite simple. After you open that green door with a well-placed super missile, you'll come into this room. You'll shoot this blue button to open this gate and exit to the next room. What you may not have realized though is that the gate shuts behind you and it's impossible to hit the blue button with your current toolset. You've just completely cut off access to everything in the game before this point. This is for two very important reasons. One is that the next room requires you to use a skill you might not even know you have. The run. And Nintendo doesn't want you to think you don't have the necessary upgrade to get through this room and have you wander back, trying to find some alternative route. No, you're stuck here until you figure it out. Read the manual, maybe. The other important reason? Well, soon after this room, the same thing happens again. You'll fall down this shaft and you can't get back up. Again, there's no access to the world behind you. All that stuff in Brinstar with the yellow doors and the funny symbols and the breakaway floors, you can't get there anymore. And in this way, I think Super Metroid tries to avoid overwhelming you with options. Remember that gripe from Metroid 1 where you have so much access to the world that finding the way forward is dizzying? Not so much here. Because the world closes off behind you, you only ever have a small chunk of space to explore at once. Right, we're in Lower Brinstar now. And first, you might notice that the map screen has another treat for you. A secret room just to the right of this elevator. Unfortunately, once you're inside, you'll realize that you can't jump up here yet. But look at that spooky face. That's definitely worth checking out when you're skilled enough. This is a classic example of using a really distinct visual as a landmark to cement it in your brain and help you remember to come back here once you've got the right gear. The same thing happens with Ridley's Lair, sort of, and definitely with the entrance to Turian. For now though, the only place you can go is down, into Norfair. Here, you'll find more dead ends, like a room that you're too slow to run through, and a room too hot to be in. And you'll also find another power-up, the high jump boots. Oh, hey, now you can go back up here, kill the first boss, trade, and get the heat-proof Variety suit. Yes, that's just how I pronounce it now. Oh, hey, now you can go back through that superheated room and get the speed booster. Oh, hey, now you can go through that first room and get the ice beam. By bouncing you back and forth between Norfair and Lower Brinstar, Super Metroid is training you to know that your goal isn't always in the immediate vicinity, like it was earlier in the game. Sometimes you'll have to backtrack a fair bit, to a previous zone even, to find the next step forward. It's graph time again. So here's Lower Brinstar and Norfair. You might remember that there are some obstacles back in Upper Brinstar that we could now overcome with our new items, like the speed booster, but remember, they're up an impossibly high shaft and behind a one-way door. We just can't get to them, meaning they stay as dotted lines on our graph. Once again, Super Metroid is reasonably straightforward in its structure, and pretty compact in its world size. But here's the thing. Super Metroid is a game that will hold your hand tight when it wants to, and let it free when it wants to. And at the beginning, the game holds a pretty firm grip. This early part of the game keeps you stuck in a very small location, and uses one-way paths to keep you locked into just a handful of rooms at once. And with each power-up you get, there's a very limited number of places to actually use it. After you get the Variety suit, there's only one superheated room to explore. After you get the speed booster, there's only one room where you can use it. After you get the bombs and super missile, there's just a couple obstacles that you can now overcome, and so on. And if Super Metroid kept up like this, I think it would grow tiresome and be way too easy. But that's not the case, because now, this is the moment that Super Metroid shifts. So you've just got the ice beam, and almost every time you get a power-up in Super Metroid, you'll be trapped until you use that power-up to get back out again, giving you a handy tutorial on how to use it. But also, that room will give you hints about where that power-up can be used next. Like, after getting the ice beam, you'll need to freeze this enemy to get out. And where else have you seen those enemies? Oh yeah, right here, on that shaft you fell down when you got into Norfair. So now, you can finally get back up, and then you can use your high jump boots to hop up here and grab the power bomb. And it's here that Nintendo lets go of your hand. If you follow the path forward, you'll head up here, jump off this ledge, and realize that, hey, you're back at the start of the game. You just did a full circle of Zebes, but things are very different now. The spooky, ambient music has been replaced with a bombastic, heroic tune. Samus is now kitted out in her iconic orange Variety suit, and the path forward is, well, I don't know. Because at this point, you can now explore a huge amount of Zebes, including all those old areas that were previously locked off by one-way paths. And there's a massive number of obstacles that you can now overcome. By my count, there are 7 places you can powerbomb, 2 places you can use your speed booster, and 1 place you can use your high jump. And none of them are calling out to you as the obvious next step. So after a very straightforward and somewhat guided route through the game, Super Metroid says it's now time to explore for yourself. Sometimes you'll find a handy upgrade. Like, remember this speed booster room in Brinstar? You can now go in there and get a reserve tank. Sometimes you'll find dead ends, like a room where you won't be able to advance without the grapple beam. Sometimes you'll find some weird animals. More on them later. And eventually, you'll find the path forward. It's actually down here, in Norfair. I really like this. Remember that end-game item hunt from Zero Mission? It was fun, but kind of awkward. You basically leave the intended path at the very end of the game and take a huge detour to do a victory lap of Zebes. But in Super Metroid, it's slap bang in the middle of the game. You don't know where to go, so you just have to have a wander and see what you can find. The game takes a break from linearity to let you just explore for a while. And then there's that sensation of simply stumbling upon the next area. That's a really potent feeling that some Metroidvanias do well. This feeling of organically discovering some massive new area filled with unseen stuff. It's a feeling we've seen in previous episodes of Boss Keys, and it's a sensation that we'll definitely come back to in a future episode of this season. Oh, and during this exploration of Zebes, you might revisit this room and find that one of the statues has turned grey, reminding you that your ultimate goal is to kill 4 bosses, well, 3 now, and then come back here to finish the game. The next step is to kill Crocomire, who has the most metal death in all of video games, and then get the grappling hook. This is a really fun item to use, and the game has a really nice loop in the level design after you get it. Instead of asking you to boringly backtrack to the start of the area, there's a whole bunch of rooms that bend back on themselves and bring you right back to the elevator in Norfair. From here, Super Metroid again asks you to explore. There are about 7 spots where you can use the grappling hook, and they're dotted all over Zebes. Some lead you to new power-ups like the Wave Beam and X-Ray Beam, others lead you to upgrades like missiles and energy tanks, and one leads you to the wrecked ship, where you'll continue your adventure. Here, you'll face the second boss of the game, Phantoon. And after this, Super Metroid starts getting a bit cheeky, and introduces more of those obtuse brick walls from Metroid 1. Like, to get to the gravity suit, you need to bomb through here. To get through Meridia, you need to get into this little hole. And to get into Meridia proper, you need to drop a power bomb in this glass tube. To be fair, all of these things are telegraphed. Before getting the gravity suit, you can see a room here. So it's a case of looking for some way of getting in there. You can see enemies coming out of this hole, letting you know it exists. And a smashed tube here should give you a clue that you can smash this tube over here. But in all of these cases, as well as some other easy-to-miss passages later in the game, it can be a huge issue if the player thinks they've hit a dead end and goes off looking elsewhere. This is when players can start getting lost and frustrated in Super Metroid. Anyway, the underwater world of Meridia is a bit of a maze, but it's also very contained.
Ну вот это здесь. Нет. Ты ведь не фермер, зачем ты так? Я крестьян, да, я мне все нормально. Поцелуй меня в песок. Надо забыть. Сахар. 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 Я же там ничего. Ничего. Опа. Ну, силушка. Я худой, полная, она теперь полная. Я сам тоже говорю так себе, так тебе что? Тоже эти понятия. Ладно. Нет, так надо, так это зачем? Это правда загадывать. Клупыть. Это все чухня, вот это. Безбладно. Вот надо. Ну да. Учись так. Что здесь? Ну, вот это есть самое. Да, это я. Складывается на это. Я и так, что ты мне? Ой. Phone numbers. Кто может в такое время звонить? Мирджан, наверное, да, точно.
Ой. Так.
Здравствуйте. Вы предоставляете услуги или продаете товары? Я увидел ваше объявление на Авито. Скажи...
Нет, мы, знаете, все, мы на вас не отвлекаемся. Ну, что мы делаем? Ладно. Не платим за звонок. Наоборот, игнорим. Так, где эта штука? Понятно. Нет, не надо. Дай-ка вот эту штуку. 38. 33. Не все хорошо. Худые. на себе так думать, потому что да. Что-то всякое мура вообще не будет. Распилярки. Надо как бы надо. Ну нет, зачем мне это сказать? Ну ладно, хорошо, в принципе, почему нет? Так это хитро, потому что когда сложно, так ты наизусть играешь, да. такое вообще. То здесь, то я где-то. Запомнил меня, запомнил. Пиори-пупа-пипом, пиори-пупи-пупи-пом. Гипотетически так. Ты что скажешь, дорогой друг? Как ты думаешь? Ты думаешь, очень наоборот, на своей... В чем? На своей эпохе. А, это он видит. Бачома. Против жены. Я понял. Ну, там, ну, это неинтересно. Ну, интересно, но как бы, а зачем? Время придет, может быть. Ну, да. Это не стоит усилий, понимаешь? Нет, ты так не думаешь, наоборот. Ну, ну да. Ну, он все, ну, нет. А, модерн имеешь в виду, который пост, ну, говоришь, надо. Максимальные эти самые штучки. Такие ладно. Ку-ку. Нет, все, спать надо. Ты уже заходит слишком. Будешь, нет? Ну, чем-то. Качественный. Рот разъел, он мне сегодня весь уже делать. Налейте без приема. Авторангар. Все уже, не то что весна, да он уже все, вообще просто все. Подожди, давай, февраль. Апрель. Да, вообще просто. Вообще просто. Разофит нет. Прикинь, какой примитивный вообще. Оргазминов. Мище. Нехорошо, понимаешь? Да. Я тоже, вот, да, знаешь, такие люди есть, смотрят так вот, да. Ну надо, да. Опасных, да. А, ну как хочешь. Я тебе объясню, в чем суть процесса. Ну, не знаю. А нет, а что ты можешь хорошо еще пожелать? Вот это смотри. Ты мне лучше расскажи, как ты теряешь себя как мужчину, когда твоя жена не беременная. Понимаешь, когда она там помощница тебе и так далее. Когда у нее на руках маленьких твоих нет, не знаю, ты расскажи, на самом деле. Я думаю, что... Как это нехорошо. Так это жена, потому что, знаешь, это вы уже, вроде как, ты за нее отвечаешь уже как мужик просто, да, понимаешь? То есть у вас, вы для кого, ты ее взял для чего? Ну, как бы, да. Ну, как бы, это, да, что она, ну, понимаешь, да. А по расчету эффективно, то есть она как бы не жена, а прислушная, понимаю. Может, все-таки нет? Ладно. Ну, как бы все равно про нее, жена ведь есть. Это бесполый предмет для тебя, что ли, да? Это интересно. То есть, смотри, а ты женишься, что там говорят, когда ты женишься? То есть, как бы, понять это только, да, то есть, для чего это придумали-то вообще? Непонятно. Ну, да. То есть, это плохо, да? Нет, наоборот. А можно... Ладно, а ты сожитель какой? Так, может, кореша найдешь какой-нибудь? Ой, ну все-таки жена это все-таки коитус, да? Нет, я неправильно что ли понимаю? Это уже на второй план, понимаешь? Ты ее не будешь терпеть просто так. Что, да, понимаю. Ну, наоборот, наверное, ну да. Ну нет, понял. Ну да. Я не буду просто так терпеть, да. Ну это как бы, да. Понял. Ну ладно. Не суть важно. Короче, функционал неопределен получается. Вот. То есть как бы жена может быть не беременная, потому что у вас быт вместе, да? Типа, вот, да. Это эгоист главное, надо понимать. Да. Наживать добро. А кому оно сдалось это добро? Вы будете вот 2 зарплаты, 1,5 какие-то получить. Кому оно сдалось? Да, понимаю, там да. Да, видишь, как-то вещь в себе. Тут нету головы какой-то, да, что-то не хватает там, да. Ладно, да. Нет, это все, это не потому, что так плохо, просто даю. А дальше что? Понимаешь, ну то, да. Да, типа того. Ух ты. Ну как бы нормально. Нечто. А вдруг не... Ну да.
Here. But in all of the...
А что лучше, а что хорошо? Ну, для тебя, ладно, общество понятно, ему может быть и так хорошо. Это ладно, это слишком страшно. Ну, понимаю. Вот, да. Я тоже так думаю. Ну ладно, дело не в том, что они тебя кормить будут все потом. Как бы, чтобы... Мне кажется так, что они, да. Ну, по многим, мне кажется, параметрам. Да. Меньше вероятности, что будут бить стекла и, да, и как бы, и так далее, да, понимаю. Да. И даже не так обидно, да, понимает, если какой-то понимает это. Да. Ну да. Ну, да ладно. Ну это, конечно, плохо, столько людей, наоборот. Ладно, что я молчу.
these cases, as well as some other easy-to-miss passages later in the game, it can be a huge issue if the player thinks they've hit a dead end and goes off looking elsewhere. This is when players can start getting lost and frustrated in Super Metroid. Anyway, the underwater world of Maridia is a bit of a maze, but it's also very contained. After exploring all of Zebes with the power bombs and grappling hook, you'll likely stick to this one zone until you've finished off the third boss of the game, Dragon. Like Zelda: A Link to the Past and Dark Souls, Super Metroid has a changing structure, with some bits that have you making quick forward progression and other bits that have you exploring in a more open fashion. And that's what happens now. After getting the space jump, there's a bunch of places where you can use it, like for getting the spring ball